G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more Stationeers here on Venus. And I've got a bit of a tower out there, but I need opinions on it. It's, well, I'm not sure about the shape. I'm not sure if it needs another layer on top. So I'm going to get my suit on, we'll go out and have a look. Actually, let's have a drink first. There we go. Did I say Venus? I meant Vulcan. Did I really say Venus? Aw, man. So, this is my tower, and I'm kind of looking at it going, does the top section need to be 2 blocks high? I think it kind of does.
Jetpack critical.
Oh, whoops. Forgot about that. Yeah, it looks a bit squashed, doesn't it? Yeah, alright. Well, in that case, let's pop that out. We'll turn this off. Because as you can see, I was vacuuming this space out. In fact, what I can do... let's do that. And that'll keep some of the vacuumed out space protected. Although... was that a connect? I thought I'd connected that to the tower, but maybe I haven't. Okay. Just remembered why I was going in this way. And I was getting my jetpack back. Let's fix that first, before I do anything else. I do need to break out this wall. I'll just have to vacuum this all out later. It's fine. It's fine. Remembering that the top of the tower will have an antenna dish on it. So, it's going to have more on it, it just doesn't yet. Alright, I'll put the wall in here, because we're still below pressure of outside. I have, during the week, completely enclosed the mining area, the drills area, as well as all this bit. And I've realized now that I did not connect the tower to the space under there, so I should probably do that, because I wasn't vacuuming the power out the tower out anyway. Was that a burned out wire? Shouldn't have been. There shouldn't be one anywhere. Nah, I'm sure it's all fine because everything's still working. How do you make water on Vulcan? You take, in my case, oxygen from plants and volatiles from the atmosphere, and you combine them to produce insane amounts of power and water. But then you have to cool the water. That's where it gets... well, still not that tricky because you got pollutant to condense and cool with that. So yeah, it's not especially hard. The hardest part is cooling down the hot water you get from it. Alright, so I need 3 more wall pieces. So I've gotten a little bit done since last time. Pretty much all I did was finish off enclosing the space that we started last week. So if we go over here, you can see now that I've covered up that whole walkway. You can go down into the mining area, and that is all enclosed. I've put down frames all around it so that it's actually properly closed in. So let's have a look at the temperature of our water, see if it is going to have any chance of getting to a usable temperature today. It doesn't look like it, so I'm actually tempted to turn off my water generation, to let the cooling work on this a bit more. Alternatively, I could try and up the cooling efficiency. So if we have a look at this CO2, it's at 93 degrees. So I don't think the heat exchangers are the problem here. I think it's predominantly the fact that I don't have enough pollutant coming through to evaporate to cool it. Because during the day, these will run out of pollutant. And thank you, Chiquito Seal. Thank you for the Prime sub. And Bartman73. Thank you very, very much for the 20 gift subs you dropped before I even went live properly. You must like my pre-stream video that much. I really need to find some time to make a new version of the pre-stream thing with a bunch of new vehicles and maybe a new setting and maybe a bit more movement. But I've thought about it a few times, and every time I'm like, oh, I've got other things I need to be doing. More vents. Yeah, for more vents I need more power as well. As in, I was burning cables out with how much power I was pulling with those vents. So I need to set up more transformers and things. Thank you, Dr. Linney. Thank you for 14 months. Thank you, Takari, for 2 years. And thank you, Chipsticks, for, just shy of 3 years. And for those wondering about it, with me messing around with streetlights last week, Chipsticks has been making a mod to add streetlights that look a bit more interesting, which is cool. On the topic of mods, though, for Stationeers, there's another thing that I came across this week, which is this, which Wickus and a few others are working on, which is, this is a fully customizable control panel. Like, yeah, the stuff that's, hopefully some of the stuff that, I think Rocket started working on this a little while ago. He did a bit of work on trying to make it so modding and mods for Stationeers are better and more stable and run into fewer issues, that sort of thing. And hopefully that is actually the case. How's the O2 level since generating water? Stable. They are stable. That'll do. Might as well print a few more off. I need more glass. You like the placement of my vending machine? I actually really like this part of my base. The sunken production room I really like. I definitely want to use that again. I've started putting more floors in around the place. Still haven't gotten this corridor done, but have put some basic flooring in all through here. Since I'm not likely to be ripping anything up in here. So we've got flooring all the way around here. I was tempted to put glass floor in here and rip out those cubes to see down into the area downstairs. But not 100% sure about that, but that's what I'm thinking of doing. Something else I'm noticing as well is that, one, I've got pollutant in my base, which I shouldn't, and two, my base pressure is actually quite low. And I think that's because I don't have any nitrogen coming in. So I may, at some point, want to boost the pressure in here by getting some, oh, I'm out of silicon. By getting the composter working. And getting some compost coming through and generating some nitrogen that way. Thanks, Papa Tim. Thank you for 19 months. And still on my to-do list is Dark Tower quotes. for whenever anyone hits 19. And thank you, Silent Phoenix. Thank you for 14 months. The phone's overeating CO2. Nah, the CO2's fine, because I set the CO2... Oh, they could be. I can't remember what I set the partial pressure of the CO2 to be. I don't recall what value I chose there. Because that's what's going to matter, is whatever value I chose. And I don't recall. Alright. Let's rip these up. Then put them in the roof. Ah! Yeah, this is going to have a lift in it. And that's one of the things I hope to build shortly. I had sort of planned out the tower last week, and then I figured I would just get the bulk of the shape down so that when I started the stream today, we could work on building the lift, getting it working, so that I can move the computer up here. I'm going to need to actually substantially increase my CO2 production, I think, because I need to fill all of this space with oxygen and with CO2, and it's going to be quite a large area. Let's get the grinder out. Thanks, Classic Man. Thank you for 4 months. Spectre, the blocks in this game are completely different to either SE1 or SE2. They don't necessarily just occlude the space that they occupy, nor do they occlude the entire block. They are often something completely different to both of those. Just to be confusing. They are not super consistent. I think the reality is they mostly occupy the space that they occupy within the small grid. So the large grid is what I'm placing right now, but it will only occupy the space within the small grid, except for the fact that it'll allow stuff to be built on the corners. Which is why I say it doesn't fully follow the rules. Some wall blocks are allowed to ignore those rules. Some aren't. And you just never know. I don't know why I keep thinking my jetpack is not set particularly low. Like, thrust of 81 is actually decently high. So I don't know why the jetpack's a bit funny. I think it's just Vulcan has quite high gravity. Okay, now walk all over it and see if I missed any. I don't think I did because I thought I had 25 in my hand, which is what should cover the lot. Alright, now let's just hop down and check. Yeah, that does look like a better shape, doesn't it? Part of the roof will probably end up not being glass. I just thought I'd put it in as glass for now because it's easier than trying to guess where I'm going to put the antenna dish. Although now that I've made it this big, I can probably fit the antenna dish inside. You're gonna have to add another AC to your base with all these extra windows. Honestly, I'm not sure. My one existing cooling setup still seems to be adequate, despite the massive number of windows I have in my greenhouse area. So I'm not sure that it's going to be overwhelmed, really. I will probably need to have some gas exchange directly with the top of the tower, though, because I reckon the top of the tower could get hot. Because it's far from the ventilation system, otherwise. Not because it's high, because I don't think hot air rises in any real fashion, but because it's where it is. It's far from where the nearest vent is. Okay. So now, next thing I need to do is pop out this wall. Nope, not that wall. Oh, is it this? That's the... Yeah, it's this. Yay! I was really worried I was going to pop to inside then. Okay, we'll leave those there like that. Then we can turn this vent back on. No, wait. Yeah, turn the vent back on. Pop out this wall. Put this wall back up. That's now enclosed, and my monitoring system for it is over this way. Over here. So this pipe connects to the basement where the drills are, so that I can monitor the pressure down there, and once this pressure is down to 0, which is the point that is furthest from that vent in that connected space, once it's at 0, I know that the whole space is at 0. Yeah, now I hope that I don't need more jetpack fuel until it's done. 100%. Now, I did see the pressure was initially going up. That's because of all the gas that had been going in, but now it's going back down again. So it should get the pressure down in a decent time. Now, let's have a look at cooling this water some more. We're at 101 degrees Celsius. It is slowly going down, but it is very, very slow. So we're at the end of the day, and we have run out of pollutant. At the moment, overnight, we're generating liquid pollutant with 6 vents. 6 large powered vents. So what I could do is expand this further into the wall and add another 6. But also increase the volume of this line, because then I get more liquid out. Because what I've found is the volume of this pipe network, the more I increased it, the more these vents were able to push in and produce liquid. So I think I'll do both of those things. Just so that we can hopefully have something to do with the water sooner rather than later, because otherwise I'm probably going to get to the point where I'm ready for the water, but I don't actually have the ability to use it because it's still too hot. Takari, there's no value to a liquid pollutant tank because I don't have enough liquid. I burn through it all during the day anyway, so there's no extra tank required there. It's I need more made during the day. So if I'm already running out of pollutant during the day, then it doesn't add anything to add an extra tank for it, because it's just more extra space that won't form a liquid because the pressure on the tank side will be too low. On the liquid side will be too low. All the rattling is fun? Yeah, it kind of is. Now this isn't ideal. Me drilling with my jetpack while I have no access to refill my jetpack easily. But, you know, it is what it is. not sure how much of the overhead space I need to clear to make this work, but I kind of want to clear a decent amount. I need to make sure I've got 2 blocks further into the wall for these powered vents. So I need to make a bunch of frames, a bunch of steel sheets, powered vents, electronic parts, and inline insulated tanks. Yes, we could make spaghetti with that boiling water, that is true. Though we don't have the salt to make it taste good. Oh, and slammed into the wall by that passive vent being opened right now. Feels really strange to just mine and just let the stuff drop and not care. It still feels odd to me. We'll also need a couple of transformers to pull power from the batteries that are over here to power these vents. So I figure if I get to a point where I'm accumulating liquid pollutant, then the liquid is in where there's liquid present throughout the entire day cycle, then I need to add more evaporators onto the water side of things. I figure. Thanks, Old Man Rector. Thank you for 11 months. That temperature and pressure. Probably be a decent cup of tea. And a nice crema on some bitter dirt water. Actually, I think this is far too hot for tea. 102 is, I think, too hot for a lot of teas. A lot of teas want it more, you know, 80 degrees or cooler. Otherwise you get extra bitterness from the tea. At least if I understand tea making at all, which I might not. Just heard that from people who like their tea. I'm gonna do this right now. Tidy this up. Oh, let's hide that. Yeah. There you go, that looks nice. Hooray! Shadow Drake, I don't think, and I hope he proves me wrong, but I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell of Capac trying to program something in Stationeers. I might be able to teach him something. I don't know. Maybe I can. Maybe I know enough now that I could convince him and then teach him something. But it feels unlikely. Alright, powered vents. I need 12 of these. So that can pretty much run until it runs out, but not quite, because there'll be a bit too much electrum. Then I need electronic parts, which I have run out of copper for. And I've got enough gold. Is there one more wall in my airlock that I haven't done? Oh, there is. Alright, let's fix that. There we go. Is this harder or easier than Space Engineers? This is harder than Space Engineers. I don't normally get asked that particular question, but yeah, this is... I don't think it's unreasonable to say that Stationeers is harder than Space Engineers. Space Engineers, you can survive as long as you've got power. If you start on Earth-like. So that's easy. But in terms of the game rules being archaic and a little bit obtuse, I'd say Stationeers is easier from that front than Space Engineers. Most of the game rules in this can be understood if you've done some formal education in chemistry. So whether that's high school or university or whatever. If you've done some of that, then most of the rules can be understood. Or if you're someone who likes learning that sort of stuff in your own time through YouTube or whatever, you'll probably have a passing familiarity with stuff like the ideal gas law, which is not fully applied here, but is applied enough that you can usually trouble out and figure out most of the stuff yourself. Space Engineers, you can kind of do, but only once you understand that what you're looking at is not what you're actually dealing with, and collisions are often bigger than blocks. It is one of the things that I've always liked about Stationeers, that the real-world knowledge I have is actually applicable somewhere. No, Ada, I disagree with you because, sure, it's visible whether your ship lifts or not, but you don't know how a landing gear works when you start. You don't know how ion thrusters work when you start. You don't know how fuel and power gets distributed throughout your ship. None of those are intuitively designed. They're interesting, I like them, but they're not intuitive. Oh, that's enough. There's a reason that Ada, you and myself have spent so much time trying to teach people Space Engineers, because it isn't intuitive in a lot of ways that it could be. Ada, for those unaware, is the primary person responsible for us having a useful wiki in Space Engineers now. And I'm absolutely not saying this as a criticism of either or. I just hadn't really previously thought about the fact that there is a genuine difference in difficulty from that perspective, I think. But maybe I'm not thinking it through because I've literally never thought of it. Not thinking it through properly because I've literally never thought of it until just now.
Hunger, caution.
But yeah, both have their obtuse elements, without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, being used to one makes it hard to realize what is odd about it. Like once you're really, really accustomed to a particular style of thing, it is really hard to tell when it's not obvious. I think the only reason that I keep some awareness of what's not obvious in Space Engineers is because of the tutorials and the comments I get on the tutorials. Because if someone's asking me a question in a tutorial, that means that it's something that isn't apparent to them when they started playing, that I then need to explain when I redo that tutorial. And I've kind of put a pause on redoing the tutorials for the time being, because I'm waiting until they add the food elements, because then I think I might do a restart on my tutorials again. Because people will want to do starts with food, and that'll presumably be the default start. So I'd like to do that, and that'll probably be I don't know. As long as a piece of string till they do that. No, Shadow Drake, I have no idea whether SE2 will have food or not. But Space Engineers 1 is getting food, according to their newsletter thing. Which I presume will have an optional toggle. You're welcome, Craven. Yeah, I'm gonna do a whole new survival series of tutorials, and hopefully this time actually get to replacing my older tutorials. I'm thinking of doing a few intro tutorials for Stationeers once the terrain. Wow, had landscape stuck in my head and couldn't think of the word terrain. Once the terrain update comes out as well. It'd be nice to have a replacement for those ones I made years ago. I mean, I don't disagree that food seems out of place in Space Engineers, but they're doing it, so it is what it is. Chipstick's reply to "it is what it is" was, "it's annoying." I mean, tell us what you really think, Chipsticks. That's some good old British snark there. Where do I want to put these this time? I can keep going in this row, why not? Doesn't really get in the way, I don't really traverse this space much. There we go. I think I have enough yet for extending out this whole thing. I've also got too many vents, but I'll see if I can find a neat way to put the 7th one in. If not, just dig out more space and start planning for a 3rd row. Though I may not have enough plastic sheets for them, now that I look at that. Yes, that is a broken pipe with a cow on it. Exactly. This is exactly what I did there. I see no issues. Ooh. Thoughts as to how Capac's gonna respond to me deliberately leaving broken pipes around the place? Is he gonna be on board with this? Is he going to add his own broken pipes all over the place? Is it going to annoy him? Is he not going to care? I think he's not going to care. After the first time he looks at it and I explain why I did it. However, if I choose not to explain why I did it, and just tell him not to worry about it, then he might build it. Might get annoyed by it. Thanks, Craven. Thank you for the Prem sub. Yeah, if I don't tell him anything, would he replace them? It's possible. Oops, just build up the wrong thing. So, what was the... Oh yeah, something I was curious about and I didn't really seem to find a good answer to. Which traders give you access to chickens? Like, what traders do I need to have access to be able to get access to chickens? Because what I'm thinking about is how, come on, brain. How far along would Capac and I need to be in the game before we can have chickens to start dealing with? A 6x6. Is it a, does it have to be a pressurized 6x6 or is it just any old 6x6? Because I thought there were non-pressurized 6x6s that I've seen. Yeah, the default start does have the fertilized eggs, that's true. Oh, those two are much closer than I thought. Huh. Interesting. I can just keep going. Keep this going. Alright. Any 6x6 is fine. Okay. Cool. I'm just trying to think through what like how quickly I can force us to have to deal with chickens. Of course, this is all making assumptions that I will in fact be able to get Capac into this. He's agreed to it. Doesn't mean it'll happen. But he has agreed to it. Jote. There are some immutable laws that you're breaking trying to use that. So, the question was, can you cool water by evaporating the water? And yes, you can, but not the entire volume. Because when you evaporate the liquid water into steam, the heat energy moves from the liquid component into the gaseous component. Like, it's moving phase because it's got more heat energy that's been added to it. So, if I put this into a cooling loop, the heat is still somewhere. And the heat is still in the water. That's why this sort of setup is needed, because this is moving the heat from the water into the pollutant, which then gets evaporated out into the atmosphere where it gets deleted. Because game. So yeah, it doesn't work that way. You might be able to deal with like counterflow heat exchangers and move the heat into pollutant more efficiently than what I'm doing. But yeah. What was the volume of that before? It was like 3.7, now it's up to 6.2. Yeah, that should be alright. Okay, I want to bring that cable over there. What's the least ugly way for me to do that? Yeah, it's gonna have to go straight over the top. Don't have an option. I'm gonna have to go over the top of a lot of things. Are those orange tanks what Capac clones hatch from? Possibly. Now, I think the powered vent draws 500 watts, yeah, okay. So I only need one transformer well, 9 of them. My idea here is that I'm actually going to put all of these on their own thing now. So I've got, what, 13 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 13. Now I am going to have to do messy things to get the data cabling sorted and everything, but... Whoa. Okay, so that's how I cracked my suit before. There's wireless data, but there's not wireless power. Well, there is sort of wireless power, but there is wireless both. You can avoid the spaghetti. I think the spaghetti is part of the Tetris challenge, though. Yeah, need a flashing light that goes along with that release. Something to be like, hey, this is about to happen. The default orange inline tank is now called a Capac egg. You know what? There's a part of me that's tempted to do that if I'm trying to be a chicken farmer the next time I play this. Because then calling them eggs when you've got other eggs is going to be very confusing. In an amusing kind of way. Plastic. Yeah, I need more plastic. I need a fair bit more plastic. Which means I need more silicon. Powered vents are a 3x3? Are they? I couldn't remember whether they were 2x2 or larger. So I just gave them a 2x2 area because I figured piping out more than that was going to be annoying. I'm interested to see if someone comments whether it is a different size to that. Because yeah, if it's a 3x3, I could get them to be more efficient by spacing them out even further. It is true. Doop-doop-doo. Silicon, plastic. Take some more pipes with me because I'm going to need a lot more pipe. In fact, I'm probably going to need more silicon for making more pipes as well. Yeah, so you could use wireless batteries in an APC to do wireless power, and then you could do wireless data to communicate as well, and then you wouldn't have to have cables everywhere. I've thus far managed to avoid feeling the need to do that. But who knows? And I need 7. I only need 28 of these. So I've almost got enough. Oh, well, I do have enough. That should hopefully be enough pipe. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Alright. Let's go see if I can finish this off. I'm sort of using this little project as a side project to fill in time while I'm waiting for all of that space to evacuate out. Because I figure there's going to be plenty of time needed for that thing to empty out. Yeah. I'm surprised I haven't fallen in that hole more often. Alrighty. Well done. So, since no one has disputed it, I guess the 3x3 is correct. Would require a much larger area out here, though. Oh, I trust you, Bunny. I just, yeah. I mean, it's clearly... There's clearly atmospheric movement here. Let's see what the pressures are, if they actually get low enough. I mean, it's 20... It's like 19 kPa there. So yeah, there's about a third... Like, almost a 30% pressure drop, because they're so close. So it's not good. We're getting hot now, so it should stop doing that. So I can rip this up. Whoa. Oh, it's still pushing out from the night. I might need to add some extra passive vents to make it clear out quicker. Now that the volume in there is so much larger. Oh yeah, I should have built this on a tower, shouldn't I? That would have made a lot of sense. Oh. Yeah, almost 1.3 liters. 1,300 liters of pollutant in there. This might actually last most of the day. That's getting hotter though. Now the water's getting hotter? Okay. I'm definitely going to need more evaporators. Okay, this is just going to be messy, I think is the reality. Oops, that's not what I want. I'm just going to do this. It's not neat. It's annoying. That's where the power's coming from, so we can cut that. Because we'll get it from a transformer over here in a sec. I'm going to have to do this for every single one. Because the way I've lined these up, I can't see another way to get the data connections on. Oh, actually, what am I doing? I don't need to do this. On all of them? Only on some of them. Thanks, Pat Player. Thank you for 23 months. And thank you, Shadow. Thank you for 41 months as well. Alright. Turn you on. So, how do I want to try and do this? I'll try and do this better. So probably, oh, I know how I can do this. I know. What I want to do is have all of these vents, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all powered on using the cable on this side. And then on the other side, I can run the power around one side of the vent and the data around the other. But these ones can all be hooked up just directly to the same network, which should be fine. So there's only 6 of them. That's only 1300 watts, so that'll be fine. I just heard something that sounded like a pop of an electrical cable. I hope I'm imagining things. Oh yeah, I think it's just the rock cracking. Sorry, I did my maths wrong. But it's 3 kilowatts. It's 3 kilowatts for those. Which is fine. 3 kilowatts is A-okay. So now what I need to do is connect these up like this. For all of them. Oh, not that one. Goes from power to data. Then hopefully what I'll have achieved with adding all this is that I'll have liquid pollutant throughout the entire day and be able to have the cooling running all day. Then even more than that, produce so much that I can run even more evaporators than I currently am. Okay, these all also need to be set to go inward, because the script doesn't tell them that. Cool. Yeah, on Venus, one of my setups I used turning on and off a transformer as a way to control something, and I didn't like it. I can't remember exactly why, but there was something about that setup that I found cumbersome and awkward. I don't recall what it was, but there was something about it. I think it was trying to control what was on the far side of the network, and it was all just a bit messy, so I think that day I was just like, I'm probably not going to use this as a method again. I did mean to connect the power cables to the network ports on the new vents. That is exactly correct. Because these ones, if I connected them up to the same power network, would overdraw from that power network. So they need to have their own. Because these 7 will chew through 3.5 kilowatts of the 5 kilowatt maximum of a standard cable. Alright, I need to go get some more cable. And I'll put the other transformer down here. So that's the one that's going to go to the other vents. I think you should probably finish the piping before actually hooking up to power properly. Yeah. Potentially. As long as I don't connect the bit to the vent, I shouldn't end up with any explosions. Because the vent will just error. So yeah, I probably it is a good reminder. I should probably start the pipe network from the far end and connect up to the vent last. So otherwise that does get a little bit risky. Thanks, Pat Player. Thank you for 23 months. I think I said that one already, but brain mush. Let's get some more potato. I think my brain has turned into mashed potato at this point. Yeah, I might add more passive vents. It may not actually be the passive vent that's the slowdown, now that I think about it. It could well be the valve. The digital valve could be the slow point. I was coming here for more cable. You make some more cable. I think that's all I needed.
Oxygen critical.
I don't know why there's a moment when I get in this suit, when it's just been in there, that it doesn't have any air in it. Add some extra valves and vents, see if you can make a maelstrom to get stuck in. Well, on that topic, I do want to try and think up some other weird things that Capac and I can get up to building when we finally get back into Stationeers together. Because and I've mentioned this before on these streams, the smashing each other into walls thing, and like making air cannons and whatnot, that we did on Europa all those years ago, that was really fun. And I don't know what of those things we did back then are even possible anymore. Because I suspect some of them aren't even possible anymore. Thanks, Chip. Thank you for 2 months. Build one of those skydiving simulator towers. Oh, yeah, that'd be fun. Different pools for the chickens to swim in. Okay, need more pipe. Let's get the rest of this cable in since I'm out here. So many cables. Okay, that should all be correctly connected. Now I've just got to get pipes, and we'll have even more stuff going into the vent, through the vents. We did make ore cannons, and some of them worked so well that we were able to break hard suits with them. Loza, if you create a T piece of pipe, it will use 2 pipes. If you create a T piece of pipe from scratch, it'll use 2. If you create it from a straight and a curve, it'll also use 2. So, the amount of pipe pieces used is purely dependent on what the end product is, not on how you produce the end product. So it's perfectly safe to do it the way that I did. It's okay. Which is lucky. We got some cables ready for later. Now, insulated pipe. They're actually quite good on that front, Stationeers, that you don't lose stuff. I need some more silicon for that. Manufactory. This station sounds haunted. Yeah, agreed. It's not haunted by me, though. I have not died. Ignoring that Phineas Gage incident. Which totally didn't happen, because we all decided that it didn't happen. I like the way that Stationeers does its junctions of cables and pipes, because what it means is you don't need to have every variant able to be built from scratch. So it keeps the number of variants down in the build options part of the UI, while still allowing you to build those things by just combining multiple of the basic options. There we go. No, my 10 stacks have all become a single stack of ingots. Not even 2. But, you know, ore is less concentrated. There we go. It is quite nice. Just being able to go, I want more silicon. Here's 500. Hey, Morazin. No explosions yet. No. Haven't landed any... haven't gotten the traders to do any landings yet. Apparently, so I've been told this week, I could have just changed the landing angle of the traders, which equally means I can deliberately change it so that they crash. Which I hadn't previously contemplated. But yeah, I didn't realize that you could do that. That you could change the landing approach angle. It's apparently a setting on the landing pad. Thank you, Ufol, for pointing that out. Is it a waypoint? Yeah, I haven't looked at waypoints and things. I might do. I probably won't. But it's a piece of information that I will hopefully hold on to. Is there any benefit of making the crate traders crash? No, it's just funny. Whee! I haven't had much success with the waypoint. Last time I tried it seemed to stick on a single pad. Awkward. Okay. Now I just need to cable this over. And we're sorted. Doop, doop, doop. All on. Now let's see how this is going. See how the liquid's going. I probably need to get more liquid tanks now. Because I am definitely getting more liquid than I used to. We're up to almost 1,500 litres. Alright, more liquid tanks. And more evaporators then. What's an unholy abomination? This is my pollutant pressurizer. So I'm intentionally not using anything but inline liquid tanks here because I don't want multiple networks. I want a single network, and every time you add a big tank, it becomes a separate network. So it's intentional that I haven't. Stationeers endgame scaling up. Yeah. Yeah. And it does make the scaling up complex enough, I guess, that it can be interesting. I do like that view. So now we need inline liquid tanks, then we need some phase change devices. And what else do I need? That should be all. I might need a couple of cows. We got some cows on the wall somewhere? Doesn't look like it. Have to make some new cows. The script that controls all of those powered vents, it has a pressure safety in it, doesn't it? You'd want to hope so. You definitely want to hope so. A lot of my stuff is upside down. I'm not quite sure how I managed to put so many shelves in upside down. In fact, I didn't even realize you could put shelves upside down until I had these shelves upside down. I didn't even know it was a thing. What's the benefits of upgrading manufacturing machinery to Mark II? Because some things can only be made from them. You need the level 2 to be able to even make some specific things. They're also quicker, I think. Yeah, 10's probably enough added for the moment. And we need phase change device. Oh yeah, the Mark II devices have worse fans. Stare into their confusing patterns. Be confused. I'm not convinced any of them spin correctly. Maybe it's only the electronics printer? No, they all kind of get a bit stuck. They all do. And cows. Oh, I'm out of iron in there. Those fans have the heart of a washing machine. I do have a camo on a wall. Although, quick, saying the other wall, I don't know which one is the other one. I see cow, right corner, bottom shelf on the left. Thank you for reminding me about my laundry when I first wrote it. You know, that's like literally the only thing I've been convinced about IoT being useful. Like, having your washing machine send you a reminder that it's finished sounds genuinely useful to me. Oh, there is a cow there. There are two. That's all I need. Perfect. Okay. Let's just go out there and see what I've got. I'm not sure what else I need. I feel like my dishwasher, it's less useful. I don't need my dishwasher to tell me, because the dishes can sit in the dishwasher until I'm ready to unload them. But my washing needs to get taken out so they can dry. But I haven't yet, other than that, I haven't come across a single Internet of Things, like, connected device that genuinely feels like it would have a use case for me without even thinking about it. Down to 600 liters. And toward the latter part of the day. A colleague of mine looked at his smartwatch and said, "My lawnmower is calling for help." And then continued working. I see. How people respond to this IoT washer tells me exactly who has forgotten to take clothes out and had to deal with the result. Yes. Me. I have forgotten. I'm just curious whether I'm actually going the right direction. I'm not sure that I'm extra... I'm not sure I'm accumulating liquids yet. Or... Ginger Dread Man, someone did suggest that there might be ways I could cool the pollutant in this liquid network through even taking some of the pollutant that comes out of these evaporators. Because in theory, these are evaporating at 87 degrees Celsius, so I should be able to heat exchange that to there before venting it. But I don't really know how useful, how to do that. Oh, no, that'd just be a counterflow, wouldn't it? I'd just run a counterflow heat exchanger from the liquid pipes to those, and then those run outside, wouldn't it? Is that right? Have I got that right? Yeah, I'm gonna go get a counterflow. I think that might make all this more efficient. Because the pollutant that goes into the evaporator should then be cooler and able to drop things down to a lower temp. Oh, trying to think where I heard about a tease made first. Whether it was... I think it was No Such Thing as a Fish is where I came across the concept of a tease made first. No, it wasn't. It was Sorted Food. Where they almost set their studio on fire with one. Or at least that's what it was made out to seem like. Because they seem terribly dangerous. Right. Counterflow. I think I have... Large direct... I feel like I have one. I'm not... I'm not sure how to take the, oh, of course you watch Sorted Food comment. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I feel like it's a good thing. Those guys are funny. They are a British cooking YouTube channel, for those unaware. Thanks, Andy. Thank you for the Prime sub. Teas Made is an alarm clock that automatically makes your tea, and they were originally created in the era where it would light a literal... It was like a burner underneath your tea. So beside your head, in your bedroom, was an open flame. Before you woke up. So you can imagine... I've got to imagine that Teas Maids have probably been responsible for a few house fires. But yes, the modern ones are obviously electric, but yeah, they are from an era where, you know, a few house fires between friends was not an issue for a business. So, counter. Goblin engineering at its best. Are they... Is it literally called Goblin? Your husband watches Sorted and hadn't made the connection, but the sense of humor is right up your street. Yep, 100%. Sorted Food was literally the second YouTube channel I subscribed to. The first one being Jamie Oliver. Because... I'm trying to remember...
Oxygen critical.
Because I didn't actually watch that much on YouTube for a long time. I was quite late to the party. That would have been back in like 2011 or something? 2012? The problem is that you put the helmet on before the rest. Interesting. I feel like it's possible you're correct on that. Where do I put this? Guess just over here will be fine. Yeah, that direction makes sense. Okay, so the liquid goes in on that side, which means we want... Oh, this is going to be so messy. Oh, it shouldn't be too bad. This just needs to go over like this. And this one goes over the water. Nope, that doesn't fit. That goes like that. This gets pulled up. that. No, this is the correct way. Because that's the out... Oh, yeah, that is the wrong way around. Dang it. This needs to go that way. Because that's the output of the liquids. The input goes there. Arrgh! Alright. Dang it. You know, one day I will actually check a thing before I open my mouth. It's not today. Okay, tidy. And I'll just link them up for now, because then I'll just break them when I'm ready. And so for our gas input, that's going to come off here. Okay, it's going to have to go up. Oh, the spaghetti is real now. Gotta love retrofitting things into your systems. And then we have a little bit for our cow. Okay, so this is probably not going to do anything right now, and I can't even look at the thing to tell what it's doing. Great. That's annoying. But it will in a moment. Okay. Seems pretty good to me. Is there any way I can see this without getting to that panel to see how effective this is being? No, I'll just have to see what temperatures things are going in and out at. So 145, 139. Hey, that's a few degrees difference. You're still doing better than the petrochemical plants. I used to work in and around them. Yeah, those things are confusing to look at. So it's 86 degrees there. It's not... the counterflow isn't fully doing stuff, but it's making, I think, enough of a difference. Like, that is a decent... Like, that's 10 degrees difference between in and out. I also have 2,000 liters of pollutant there, so I think I probably need those extra evaporators now, which is fantastic. Huh? 3.6 kilowatts of extra cooling. Don't know where you're getting the number from. I can't see where that is. Yeah. Nice. All right. So, next up is more of these guys. So we got another pair of evaporation chambers. We should see the temperature in the water drop once I get these operational, I think. Yeah, soothing creeping sound. Soothing creaking sounds. They're just delightful, aren't they? I can totally picture them being... I can totally imagine them being on a white noise machine to help people sleep at night. Alright. I probably don't have enough pipe to do this, but let's begin. Also may end up needing to get some more CO2 through here. Because once I connect all this, there's probably... the pressure might be getting a little low. Yeah, I have kind of inverted the relationship with the pipe singing, haven't I? Now it's, if they're making noise, it's fine. If they're silent, it's bad. Actually, since this is getting up to a decent volume, I should do this bit first and go back and get more pipes. Right. Because we are at... Yeah, because of, I think, because the temperature on this side is so much lower now, I think they're processing the pollutant slower? Maybe? So the pollutant's actually... I need much more evaporators, otherwise I'm going to explode that pipe network. Yeah, if alarm turns off, something is wrong. It is nice being able to improve the efficiency of something without just scaling it up and within making it just work better. And I know I've definitely had a couple of YouTube comments recommending I do something similar to what I just did. So I'm hoping they'll be happy that I did it rather than annoyed that it took me this long. It's like when the kids go silent. It's like when the catback goes silent, something is afoot. Insulated pipe utility, liquid, any other? No. Yeah, Ginger Dread, I'm curious which way would be more efficient. Like, is it more efficient if I add an evaporation chamber to pre-cool the pollutant before it goes to the evaporation chambers at all, to the final ones, or is it more efficient to add an extra one at the end? I genuinely don't know. I don't even have any inkling of which way that would go. Catback is on foot when he was silent? Yes. TFN and Catback go silent while driving / flying. Yeah. They... Like, Catback is... particularly quiet when focused, which is why he's usually up to something. I'm going to be really interested to see what people's reactions are to the new season of Assertive Acquisitions when I get it done, because it's a bit different. It's going to feel a bit different. But I think it's still a lot of fun. I've kind of got the rough edit of almost the first 2 episodes, but I need to get more episodes done before I can release any of them, because I might need to do some reshuffling. Diverting attention from banter to shenanigans, Captain. Yeah, Grunt Blender. That that almost feels like I should put that on a t-shirt with a picture of Capac. No, the response to the early access of that Capac gave to 3 minutes of an AA recording will not be a true indicator. Hey, Zelfagor. Or could we have Capac's, yeah, likely story as a Twitch redeem? I don't really like the audio Twitch redeems thing. Yeah, audio alerts is not something that I'm super into. Some of you have probably noticed that there's a distinct lack of on-screen notifications for anything during my streams. My usual approach to setting this stuff up is make the thing that I would want to watch myself and then hope it's something that other people would want to watch. And so I tend to do a lot of stuff that's a bit more VOD focused than live game focused, than live stream focused. So that it can be enjoyed in both situations. They can be annoying or distracting, but not neither. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily disagree. Yeah, Twipped, I have not been able to figure out a way to sensibly put chat in the Twitch VODs. There are some games where, like, I think Stationeers, I could probably have it about here on screen and have it fairly small, so if people really wanted to see it, you could see it there, but I don't know, I don't like screen clutter. Alright, that is all I can bother with. The on-screen celebration is for the determined. Might do something similar for audio redeems. Oof. Yeah, the on-screen celebration is set to those ridiculous levels to prevent anyone ever doing it. Stationeers kind of demands those 3 inventories being open all the time, although probably not this one. But if you notice, my HUD scale is quite small. Yeah, Spectre Cerberus, I do make a conscious effort to try and respond to chat in such a way that you don't need to see chat to know what was being talked about. That is intentional, not perfect, but I do my best. think... Let's connect up the other gas pipes first before I try and work out where that one needs to go. So this can probably go back around here. To there, which can then connect up to here. I think that mostly makes sense. Then I just need to connect that liquid pipe up. Surprisingly enough, most games now have so many hard elements, there's not really any space left to stream stuff. Do some of you remember? Like, I remember when I first did a live stream, it was still the done thing to have, like, your own stream HUD elements that said it was kind of you. Like, people had stuff up the top here that maybe said what music was playing, and they had their own little things, and then they have their webcam and so many different things on screen at once. And I don't remember when that stopped being a standard thing, but I'm happy about it. That was, yeah, it was definitely before coronavirus. It's probably back in like 2017 or something. Alright, I need the CO2 machine. Yep, CO2 for that one. Yep. I did miss that. Thank you. I wonder if the general, like, obviously, if you've ever seen a VTuber stream, it's the exact opposite. There's just stuff everywhere. For the average one that I see on that still shows up on my front page. But it does seem the trend has been away from such things. Alright. How many liters of liquid we got? Oh, the sun's almost down and we've still got almost 1,000 liters. Nice. Probably it used to be a sign that you were going high production values, but then Streamlabs made it way easier, and having nanoleaf lights behind you became the new signal for that. I wonder if it could be, like, it could be all the factors you guys bring up. One of the things that I think it could be is the shifting age demographic. With people getting, I think the average is older now. So less. Yeah. Less clutter being, making things easier to pass. Alright. That's working well, because we're now down into the sub 100 degrees range for the water. Which is fantastic. Oh, something else I wanted to bring up today that I thought was worth bringing up is My misunderstanding around the water was that apparently there is fake water volume when it's in a world space so that we can actually appreciate a liquid spill being a problem. And so instead of it being 8,000 liters for 1 cube, it's 120 or something? Like it's a huge difference. Is the blown pipe helping? It's not hurting. I could put this on a counterflow as well, because this one's obviously could get a bit cooler, but I don't think this one matters as much. These ones are more important. Like the counterflow's now got this down to 128 versus 136, and it gets better through the day. Is Splitsy going to become a VTuber? No. The closest thing I've come to even considering a regular face cam was when I was doing Xenonauts, because it had a fairly static screen. So I was like, I need something moving, something to keep you, like, something for your eye to wander to. And so I used a face cam for during Xenonauts. But I don't know. Oh, the liquid tanks need piping. Thank you. I forgot about that. The tower emptying is probably finished. So I can probably get onto that next. Now that this is all working better. Now, how many liters capacity? 4,400. I'm a little worried this is going to explode. I'm probably missing something here, but how do you manage to get water from Pollutant? I don't. I get water from an H2 combustor, and an H2 combustor puts out the water at a very high temperature. I drop the temperature of that water by passing it through some chained Stirling engines so that it comes out at, you know, around 300 degrees Celsius. To cool it from 300 degrees Celsius down further, I dump out all the other parts so that it's just water by getting the water to, by condensing it to the point that the water will come off, and then I end up with just water in this pipe. That water is then cooled with the liquid pollutant evaporating. So that's how all that works. Happy Charlie, always happy to explain the things. The more times I try and explain it, the more I understand it myself. Usually the more efficient an explanation gets, but sometimes it actually gets worse. What am I doing? What am I doing? I was coming in here to make some more liquid pipes. Let's go check on that tower and see if it's all vented out now. Leave those printing for a bit because I need a bunch. I want to make it so that I've got a huge capacity for liquid pollutant so that if it ends up that I've still got too much, that I'm still producing more than I'm using, I can build up a big supply of it. Yeah, this place looked neat at one stage. It does not anymore. Yep, we're at vacuum. Now, here's the thing. That's a really large volume. I'm a little bit worried my base pressure might drop too low when I open it up. So I may need to make a little boost to my CO2 input in the base to overpressure the base. Oh, actually, no. I got an even better plan. I have an even better plan than that. Even better plan. I do have a lot of O2 I can release, yes. But I was thinking what I should have done was put a back pressure thingy in. Oh, sorry, back pressure? Yeah, back pressure? Yeah, back pressure. A back pressure thingy in that then I could have just dropped it to a lower pressure than in here so that the CO2 and O2 just keep overflowing in there, but it's going to take too long. It'll take way too long. Don't I need to shut off the vent too? Drat. I do. Okay. We're going to have to do this in an awkward way. I didn't think that part through. Okay. Need my suit. Oh, quickly check how many inline liquid tanks I've made. It can keep going for a bit. If you use the glasses, can you cut the power line? It's directly onto mains, so I even made that impossible. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pop in, rebuild the wall, and wait. I think is my realistic, safe option here. Which apparently I did so quick that it didn't even do anything. Huh. How did I get inside in a single tick? Oh yeah, also I did this. Lava pit. I know the vent probably cleared it out, I know. Alright. Let's, I guess open this wall and see how bad this all goes. Doo-doo-doo. Thought I'd just maybe give it a bit of a chance for the CO2 to build up. So why are you off? Do I have you auto turning off? I don't remember. No, I'm not saving. I do need to add some doors, some internal doors in, but this isn't as big as it could be. But yeah, I kind of want to put a door across the top of the stairs. But it's really not that big. The pollutant, I don't know exactly where that's come from. I really don't know. Now, where's my CO2 come from? Where do I add the CO2? Where's my system that's doing that? Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No. Wait, why are you even off? Whatever. Painting releases pollutant, and I have pollutant in my base. It's at 90 kPa. So let's open that up again. I'm just trying to think. I can't remember where my CO2 comes from. I know I add CO2 to the base, but I don't remember where I do it. I'm definitely still doing it, because otherwise I would have run out by now. Where am I doing it? Where am I pumping CO2 in? This is my Atmo room. I don't think I have CO2 running around to my little ammo room in the airlock. Oh dear. That's my pollutant concentrator, isn't it? We're only down to 88 kPa. This is going to be a problem. Yeah, I'll need to fix the thing. You're just a pump. So we get CO2 concentrated in here. This CO2... Base air pump CO2. Yeah, that should be turned on by now. Unless my partial pressure of CO2 is already high enough. Where's my script that's running that? Hang on. If the script is working, this should turn off. Yeah, so the script is working. Where is that script? Ah. Base CO2 maintenance IC housing. I even named it. How unusual. So it's thinking there's enough partial pressure of CO2 in the base. So that means I should open up more, because that pump's not actually operating. Is that pump on now? There we... momentarily. Oh. That could be a problem. This is very slow to equalize. Let's drop it more. It's set for partial pressure. So the CO2 partial pressure should reach a specific value. I think I've got it at 50 kPa. Let's drop down to... But the problem is... This pipe has to equalize with the rest of the base, and it doesn't seem to do that very quickly. So the pump can't actually operate properly efficiency. I think that's where my problem's coming from. But also, I think I can probably open this up. So the base is a lot bigger than I maybe gave it credit for. Yeah, I'm almost at the point of just letting it go. The pump is clearly working because the pressures are going all over the place. Yeah, I need more passive vents across the base to give the pipe network quicker equalization. But clearly the base pressure is still not particularly low because it's sitting at 84, 85. let's go. Let's open it. Oh. Oh. Where are we at? Let's stand in here and see it. That's the other thing. It's slow to get that gas into that hallway. So we're still at 81 in here. Not sure what you mean, Morty. There's no reason I would be losing CO2 here. We've got gas going up into the tower. Like, this was all airtight. So I'm just waiting until the pressure in here is high enough that I feel like I can just leave it open. But I'm just kind of wandering back and forth and checking because we're at 21 kPa. So it's still low. But we still haven't dropped particularly low inside here yet. Like, we're still at almost 80 in the production room. Yeah, I'll move my pollutant removal system when I get the chance. Don't worry. It'll happen. I haven't even got it on at the moment, so it's not even doing anything. Which would explain why I've got pollutants. Yeah, we haven't even dropped below 79 kPa out here. This is going well. I'm amazed how many times I've been able to just open the wall when I've done expansions here and it's just worked. Temps are climbing though. Yeah. That's true. That is true. We'll see if that equalizes as well, given a bit more time. But yes, temps are climbing.
Hunger, caution.
I did add a whole lot of extra windows. I think I can just leave this. I think we're okay. We're at 75. I don't know if it's a breathable 75, but it is 75, so it's fine for the plants. I think it's a breathable 75. Let's go back through. And down here, we're still only at 34. So still a fair bit of gas needed to come down here. If I accidentally vented this entire base, I don't think there'd be any base left because it would ignite and explode. No, Andy, you don't need 30% O2. You need a partial pressure of 16 kilopascals of O2. That could be 30%, it could be 16%. But that's what you need, from what I've been reading. But it's all based on partial pressures, not percentages. Which is the more scientifically correct way to do it, which is why I presume they did it. We're still good. I mean, it is getting hot in here, though. It is up to 30 degrees, even out here. Pump should be working full time now. I bet it's not, but it should be. Let's have a look. Oh! The pump's working, that's why it's getting hot. Because the pump's putting through 77 degrees Celsius CO2, so that's why it's getting hot. It'll cool down. I have every confidence it will cool down. Oh yeah, I probably want to stop building those inline tanks. Thank you. Well, they stopped on their own. I can probably make a very large tank now. Oops. Okay. Well, I'm just going to leave this to equalize for a bit. Let's go outside. Still breathable. Yeah. I think a few months back, I might have been like, ooh, that wasn't good. Making 70 of these. But at this stage, that's fine. Shadow Drake, I've tried getting my head around making a custom evaporator, and quite frankly, they seem like the more you mess with it, the more it's like, I'll just use the default one. I kind of get why the developers added just a standard machine that just does it. Because trying to get them to be controlled is... Yeah. It's a thing. That didn't seem like much joy would come from it. No, 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 let me... No. No. Okay. Suction vents are on, let me land. Okay, that doesn't work. Oh, so much noise. Ah! I think this will give me enough liquid storage for a while. Where are we at? Yeah. 12,940 liters. It'll take me a lot of effort to explode that. Funny. And epic, but it'll take me a lot of effort. 95 degrees Celsius. We're getting down. I mean, it's getting down to the point where even the preloaded pollutant is cooler now. Yeah, almost 10 degrees Celsius from where I started, which is pretty good, I think. It's just me, or as the singing got louder? It might have. Well, one thing I have toyed with a few times here is just how loud I can turn the game sounds up before they're problematic, because this game is so quiet so much of the time. But my worry with turning the game sounds up too loud is that then you'll have to deal with loud breathing when I run out of food or water. Should put pipe organ parts on the output vents. I probably should. Up to 56 kilopascals. Yeah, there is a glass floor above the drills. I don't remember which row it's on, and my plan was to pop it out when I've got this pressurized, so I pop from above to remove the correct ones, because I don't know which row it's on. No, the cooling isn't as bad as it seems. The cooling is not as bad as it seems. As I was pointing out before, the way I pull my CO2 for the base is from my CO2 coolant line. And so the CO2 that's getting added to the base is not extremely hot, it's just hot, but it's at the moment it's 78 degrees. So I'm currently pumping 78 degrees Celsius air into my base, CO2 into my base, to pump up the pressure. So the air conditioners are having to fight against that, which means at some point that will stop being pumped in and the air conditioners should then be on top of it. Should. The AC will sometimes turn off if it's achieved the desired temperature, but these are both on. Yeah. Yes. Confusingly, stop means it's running. Yes, that is correct. Alright, let's get this pollutant filter moved. So I think if I pop this here. Do that, then we go around the side here. No! Ah, I was trying to be tidy. Game has denied me. Trying to do it all neat. It won't let me. Yeah, that should work. Then I just need a insulated passive vent. Easy. So then I go... Wait. Where's my liquid pipe drain? There it is. That goes on there. So that drains outside. Let's get an insulated passive vent. Oh yeah, I had a one-way valve, didn't I? Was it a one-way? One-way does make sense. Then I need more steel. Just saw an ad for the new Civ in VR. Why? Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. We don't appear to be reaching liquefied pollutant levels. That's a problem. Silent Phoenix, yes. Any uninsulated pipe through
Hunger caution.
will exchange heat with the surrounding gases or liquids. It was a cal before. Maybe that's was needed. I'll put another valve in and see if that slows it down enough. I could just do a back pressure thing and have it powered. That's true. I think I was trying to do it passive last time. Okay. Let's pop that out. See if that does the trick. Oh yeah, there we go. Just make... And the regular active vent doesn't overpressure, so this is perfectly safe. Yeah. Cool, we're getting rid of the pollutant. Some of it. Might need another pipe drain. It does seem like it's a bit slow. Am I sure anything's coming out of the vent? No. Yes, I am. Sort of. Because the amount of liquid in this pipe isn't increasing. Therefore, it should be draining. That's perfect. Sitting around just below 10 megapascals seems good to me. Add another drain between the valves. Yeah, I could do that. Weird that with two valves this is now overpressured, but with one valve it didn't. Super weird. So, why two valves? This active vent pulls in at a certain rate, and gases transfer from this pipe network to this one at a certain rate. If I add another step to that, it slows the transit of the gases down. It's kind of like if you imagine each valve narrows the gauge of the pipe. The more of them I have in a sequence, the longer the section of piping I have where it's slowed, therefore the slower the overall flow, I think. Makes sense. Oh yeah, I reduced the pipe volume down as well, didn't I? That's true. True. Yeah, it throttles the gas passage to allow the pipe vent, the active vent to overpressure. Which then allows me to have the liquid drain off because it's at a pressure where the pollutant liquefies. So we should fairly quickly get rid of the pollutant that's in the base. Cool. Neat. Done. How are you guys looking? 69 and 100. Cool. That's alright. Need to move that liquid thing that's now in the middle of a corridor. Yay! Base is all pressurized and my helmet has been open this whole time. In theory, this method of removing the pollutants is super efficient. In practice, I don't know. It's good enough. I have not made my whole base one room, no. Because I do have doors that separate parts. I was going to put another door in a few spots, so let's make some interior doors. No, this new room does not merge both rooms, Danny. You are, in fact, incorrect on that, because there's still a wall that I haven't actually removed, which I did deliberately because I knew they would merge them. Now, I don't want a glass door there because then... actually, I don't want an interior door there at all because it sticks through the wall then. That's ugly. I think I'll put one here. If I can. And then I'll replace this with another door as well. And now we have rooms. Should be enough rooms that it's fine. Now I can't remember what I needed to make these. Is it just glass? Yeah. Yay!
Hydration critical.
Yay! I'm honestly surprised this has worked so far. Alright, so this is going to be my new control tower, and I need to put a lift into it. I was thinking, because I've got this room down here that already has a bunch of stuff in it that I don't really want to bother moving, is that I was going to have the lift start here, at this level, and go up. So I walk up the stairs and then get on the lift. It's made from electronics printer. How many do I need? Is 5 enough? Is that ammo removing in the tower? No, but I would be removing these blocks here to go under it. So it sort of is, sort of not. Pick all that stuff up. Ah! Okay. So, lift. I don't really want to have it in the dead center of the room. For a variety of reasons. But maybe I should have it in the center of the room anyway. Is there a different... There's just the one elevator level, yeah. Do I put an elevator level down at ground level? As well as up here? Yeah, I was thinking against one of the windows would be interesting. Why does it block me from doing that? Probably because that vent is there. So let's move that. The reason not to put it in the center of the room is that if it's in the center of the room, I've got less space either like to the side of it to play around with. There's part of me that wants to put it against this window so that I can see out that side, but then I've got the lift literally blocking my view of the runways, which would be annoying. So I think this side makes more sense. So we can see out at least those 3 windows as we go up. But I guess the back wall could also work. That's a fair point. So I could put it over here. Which means I could also start at ground level and have multiple floors. Yeah, actually let's do that. I need water. Oops, don't close my helmet. I feel safe enough in the base again, I'm going to take my suit off. Okay. I will be right back. I need a quick bio break. And I'm fed and watered and things, so it should be okay. I think. Wow, that's dark. Let's just look out there while I go on my Be Right Back screen. I will be right back. Oh, look, the Capac eggs have hatched. Bernski, nice one. Very nice. Brilliant. Oh, that's too good. Oh, man. All right, let's get some hard elements back. And quickly finish eating my banana. While I try to remember what tool is required for this. The firewall could be bad, but it depends which way I orient the elevator. It could be fine if I orient it a different way. Yeah, any outer wall does suck for the cabling, that is true. But if I put it around this way? No. Ah. Yeah, you know what? They do all suck. Ah. Bugger. I can't remember if you can see past... the back wall of these. Yeah, you can't. So, does feel like this side is the best option then. That's not what I want. It's not what I want at all. Ah, they're not airtight, old man raptor. You could build glass around them so it's the whole casing is outside. So like, if I could potentially extend out just this one extra cube on this side, which could be an interesting way of doing it actually. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll have it popped out there. Have the back wall against that side. Cables go up that way. And then I do the other two walls with glass. Then it puts the elevator right at the back of the room, because that's the front of the room, obviously. Does mean I have to vent that space now. But yeah, that should work. What the heck, let's do it. The corridor is only blocked if I have the elevator go all the way down to the bottom, which I don't need to. I would just have it so you walk up these stairs, get on the lift, and go straight up. Easy. Okay, so I've got plastic, I've got glass. I then need to get the vent off the floor. And we should be good. It's unlikely I'm gonna really end up using an entry to the lift that was here anyway. Because I don't tend to hang around this part of the base much. Like, to the extent that I had completely forgotten what state this room was in for ages. So, you know, I don't think there's too much to worry about there. The main thing is that it's an extra phase of vacuuming out that I have to do.
Oxygen low.
Oh!
Oxygen critical. Low pressure. Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
I accidentally put the helmet on there with its visor open. Whoopsie. So that's going to be wall, because the lift back is going to be there. Which is a pity. Since that way I would sometimes... Oh no, I'm not going to see much through there. That's fine. Always go the wrong way. Alright, so vent. Where have we got cables? I should have run a cable up here first. Oops. I can probably steal off there temporarily. Yeah. Actually, I'll go inside and I'll run a cable. So you're building facing into the corridor for the lift, not the top room. I think so? I guess I could have it so you walk around and that's the back wall? I don't know, what do you guys think is worse? I feel like that's the direction where there's the least interesting things to see, so that's the area, that's the direction to block off. But there are some flow issues with arranging it that way, I guess. It'll be fine. No matter what, it's going to be so annoying having to take a lift up and down to the control tower to call down a trader and check the next one. Oh well, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. That should be good. Let's go back out and we'll hook that up and vent it out. Angor, I hope the same. I hope Rocketworks can pull it off. I think they've got every chance to be able to pull off... sorry, should have given some context before I said that. The comment was, I hope Kitten Space Agency is good. I would agree. I hope it is too. But yeah, I do think Rocketworks has a deep... Ow!
Suit damage. Temperature critical. Toxin critical. Oxygen low. Oxygen critical. Low pressure. Toxin critical. Toxin detected. Toxin critical. Temperature high. Cognition low.
Come on. Oh. Nailed it. Yeah. I agree. I think I need a new suit. Whew, that's stress. Alright, I need some astraloy. Astraloy and... yeah, astraloy. Okay. It looks as if I have experience. You're not wrong. I learnt from the mistakes I made last time. Last time I didn't run inside quickly enough, and that was my demise. This time, I've focused on getting the tape. One, I had better tape. Two, I focused on getting the tape quickly and then moving as soon as I got the tape in hand. And getting to the airlock so I could cycle the airlock and get it going. But even more importantly there, getting inside meant that I could activate the, I could use my pill. And I had 2 pills on me as well, which helps. Because I could have eaten one outside while my helmet was smashed. While waiting to get inside. I didn't expect the fan to occupy enough space to destroy my suit. I didn't even think it would be a thing. I would definitely say shame on, happened once, shame on game, happened once, twice, shame on me, but it was a totally different construction. Alright, what does Astraloy want? Astraloy wants 30 megapascals. Okay. So I might want to make more steel than that. If I'm going to make Astraloy, I may as well make a bunch. So... yeah, let's... do that. Oh man. Let's see how bad that actually was. I want to relive it. Ow! I do think Rocket Works has a dig. Ow! I should have been moving at the start there, but I did start moving quickly. I felt. Like, it felt a lot longer than that. Like, what is it? How many seconds do I... before I start? So we've got... we're at 1 second in. Ow! I get to... moving at 6 seconds. So 5 seconds it took me. That's not too bad. 5 seconds of figuring out what had just happened, and then reacting to it and choosing a path to get down to the airlock quickly. Come on. The cognition low was getting me stressed. And it was still going up once I'd gotten inside, so if I didn't have that pill, I was dead. The pill saved me there. You want a splitsy hour compilation. After the amount of work it took me to make the Capac hour compilation, can I bring that up relatively quickly? I probably can. Which one is it? I think it's this one. No. Why do I have 4 different versions and none of these are the one? Oh, man. Like this is my Capac Hour compilation, which comes up I think at the start of the Survival Unlikely finale.
Ow!
Oh yeah, here we go.
Ow! Ow!
This took me so long to put together.
Oh! Oh dear.
Oh, the other stuff was damaged through lava baths. That's why I knew immediately that I had to get a new suit, because I would have only survived a fraction of a second in a lava bath and then it would have been instant death, whereas replace the suit and I should be okay.
Oh dear. Oh! Taking hits. Back.
So yeah, this took me a long time to put together. And this is only
No, don't fall, don't fall. There's terrible.
so many deaths.
Well. Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez. Time for our triumphant return to our base. Ow, what?
Yeah, man, that was something to put together. It was pretty cool though. I was glad with how it came together in the end. You have a ringing in your ear. Yeah, from all the death pings. Okay, so we got, what, 800 grams of steel. That means I need 400 copper and 400 cobalt. I presume I have that much cobalt. I haven't actually checked. Oh yeah. There we go. Yeah, I should make it so that I stop walking so close to that end. I was a bit disappointed that for AA I didn't manage to do a compilation of TFE getting eaten or killed by pressure differences across a door. Because there were a lot of times he died that way. I just, yeah, didn't end up having time to do it. Oh. That's not what I wanted to do. But could put a planter there. I don't think it'd get enough light. I think the plant would die. Alright. Hopefully that's all the things. Now we need to get this up to 30 megapascals at over 1000 kelvins. That's relatively easy. Especially if I do this. Up the fuel mix. Probably, it's possible I did this too soon. This one's not on the edge of the furnace going blammo. This is quite a bit from it. I can't remember which one it is that's really close, but one of them's above 50 or above 40. One of them's really quite high. Given how large the batches you make, have you considered replacing that floor with a hopper? No. No, not really, because I'm happy enough with this setup. I've not really played with the hopper. Yeah, I don't think I'd like that in my floor. It feels too big. Like, yeah, feel weird for an internal space. For maybe something external, perhaps, but for an internal space, feels too much. Uh, 26 megapascals. We're almost at that amount, so let's keep going. $29, $30. Cool, we're in the range. And there we go. 400 grams of astroloy. Which is definitely more than I need, but that's fine. Let's do another quick batch of steel while I'm here. Oh, no, I don't. Never mind. I don't need to worry about that. I don't care about wasting gases. I've got so much. It is a lot of astroloy, especially for a tool printer. But if I need it for anything else, I will probably make the same amount again, because I'm like that. Should I drain the furnace? Nah. Did I ever make the isolated splitter? Yeah, I could have. I could have, should have, and did not split it over here. Yes. I should have done that. Because then I could have put some in each machine. Oops. That might be a job for between streams, Splitsy. Oh, there's another cow up here. Also. And hardsuit helmet. Let's go set this one up. Do. Nobody saw anything. That room is totally not full of a whole lot of junk. It'll be nice to have a fresh suit anyway. Can't wait till that room is full and bursting, yeah. I should throw this in there too. As well as that one and that one. That'll do. There's also a can of early exhaust in there. Yeah, there are a few things in there that are not needed. Back to my lift. Why did you just put all that junk in there? Because this is my junk room. This is my garbage room. It's all stuff that I don't have any purpose for at the moment. In fact, do I have any pills? No. Alright, let's go. Let's make another pill or two. Yeah, it's the junk cupboard. Exactly. It's the place you put things when someone's coming over and you're like, oh, I don't have anywhere to put this. You put it in there, forget that it's in there for a year or two, pull it out and like, oh, I should totally keep this. I will definitely use it at some point, even though you literally haven't used it in 2 or 3 years.
Hydration critical.
There you go. Backup pill made. Let's drink. Excellent. Back to the process. Yeah.
Oxygen critical.
Oops, put them on in the wrong order again. I did listen to the whole order thing, and it does work. I just keep forgetting. You know what? I'm gonna leave the pressure in the suit. Oh, maybe I won't leave the full pressure. I'm not gonna tone it down too much. I'm gonna leave myself comfortable. Part of the reason for leaving the pressure relatively high and the temperature relatively low is that, one, I'm not actually running into my waste tank being a problem all that often anymore. 2, it means if I damage my lungs through something and can still repair my suit in time, I should be more likely to survive the trip. Because in that instance, I then have... come on, brain. Because I then avoid the whole... The suit pressure is so low that I get injured by the suit pressure being low thing. So I can make up for some of the lung damage as a result. Okay. Now we close up the walls. Okay, that should be good. Set inward, turn on. Turn off. Should only be CO2 from my jetpack, and it is. Excellent. That works nicely. Yep, round 2 build. No near-death experiences this time. I haven't killed any more traders today, as it turns out. I thought I was going to get onto this process much quicker than I did. It's taken me a lot longer to get through building this lift. When I wrote the title of today's stream, I thought, oh yeah, I'll just be building the tower and that's all I'll be doing. But instead, I ended up working on cooling systems for my water for the first couple of hours. This is the problem with naming your streams before they go live. They're never accurate. They're always a bit of, like, really quite off, because I have no idea what I'm actually going to do. Oh, interesting. I can't have these windows or walls on the inside. It's good to know. Thanks, Tech Priest. There we go. That should allow me to do the things. If only IRL things were this quick. Yeah. Yeah. Nope. That didn't work. I'd probably have air conditioning in my shed by now. If I was allowed to do the things I do in Stationeers. I'd also probably have blown up my shed a couple of times, but I'd have air conditioning. So we do cabled. And that's ground floor. Or level 1, because it's not ground floor. Then we do elevator shaft. 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 And level. We'll be able to see out 2 angles of it. Should be nice. How do you reload an IRL save? Yeah, look, I haven't figured that bit out yet. If you blow a hole in the shed, you'd probably have a breeze through it. That's sort of like air conditioning. Yeah, guess depends on the outside temperature. Alright. Transformer. Give me an Autobot. Huh. Well, there's your blammo, chat. Why? From a broken suit? Do you reckon I brought in enough for that? Yeah, it is hot in here now. That's not good. $50 is too hot. Oh, that's at 119 degrees. I feel like I need to add an extra... Have these guys got... Yeah, they don't have... Ah, okay. I need another big vent outside pumping into this so that it can pressurize more pollutant. Trouble is I don't remember how the script is working. Oh, and it's a storm, so I can't go outside anyway. Yeah, it's not unsafe for plants or me yet, but the temperature, I haven't been paying attention whether it's been going up or down still. Well, actually, a lot of the storms haven't been particularly cool. Like, cool enough to actually use for coolant exchange, annoyingly. Before the blammo was about 39 degrees. Okay. Yeah, I can't... That's annoying. I need to go outside to be able to cable that in. I should have built that corner out so that I had access to that corner and the cabling. Ah! Poop. Poop, poop, poop. It's gone down since the explosion, but I don't know if it's, I've got a pipe meter on that pipe. Well, that's inconvenient. I'll have to go there. Yeah, my base is pressurized. It's been pressurized for months. It's been one of the really nice things about this particular base is that it has been pressurized for a long time. Which always feels really nice. Now, if I go like this, can I see? Back of the lift should be in that corner. Can I actually connect to the lift? I don't think I can because I think it's off the ground. Unfortunately. No. The boom doesn't break the base. It just... There's a small amount of volatiles in the base when those things happen. It ignites it all, turns it into pollutant, but it doesn't change the atmospheric pressure enough to cause any issues. But we're down to 44, so I think the temperature is still going down. We're down from 46. The pollutant removal system's constantly on now. Very hard to get the thing to line up on it. So it's constantly removing the pollutant. That's why there isn't very much there. It's less than 0.1%. Alright, what can I actually do right now? Maybe I put a stairwell in here? I've got this 3x3 area now that I don't have anything to put in. Which I had not planned for. No, I'm not putting batteries in here. That would be a major pain to wire up. I can't figure out the vent script. I need to be able to go outside to check on some stuff that's outside. So I can't do that either. I just want to check whether the vent... yeah. I don't even know which script it is that's running it. Might be able to tell from this. Filter output pump. No, it's definitely not that one. That one is running a different script. Doesn't appear to be a script in the wall there. Where is the script? Is it this one? I think it might be this one. Gas sensor, powered vent large. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to need to change how this runs so that it will do a batch instead of just the vent as is. And I should probably exchange this tank for a bunch of inline tanks now that I know that that system works better. Because the system I've got working over at the other side of the base works heaps better than this one with the small tank. fact, I could probably just steal the script from over the other side and run it. Because this one's also slow because it's just using a back pressure regulator to keep the pressure up in here, so the vent can just be on. I'll think about that. Let's see what the temperature is near the plants anyway. Use that as a baseline. So we've got 44.1. We'll check that on that later. Bedroom and kitchen in the stalk of the tower. Oh yeah. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of that. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. Nice one. Flat wall, geometric. I need more geometric walls. Need another 6. Yeah, the hotel will have bedrooms, but, you know, the worker needs a bedroom. Yeah, lighthouse keeper style, something like that. Yeah, that'll work nicely. No, I'm not having a hot tub at the top of the tower. Ah! Oops. Nope. Oh, I thought I was standing on it. There we go. Ooh. I do not... Oh, wait, no. Wait. I can't get out the bottom of this, can I? Or can I? Yeah, I can. Okay. Trying to say, I do not want to close this off, but actually it's fine. Okay. Now I can go outside and fix that. Yeah, this tower was... I mean, the tower was always air traffic control.
Oxygen critical.
That one didn't work. Still, even though I did it in the correct order. Yeah, passing a whole bunch of information into the control tower would be quite cool. Also, imagining using the lift to pass a bunch of information too. So if it was a pass through for cables rather than a network separator, would be quite cool. I don't know if it... I presume it doesn't work that way, but I imagine it'd be cool if you could connect down here, put another one at the top and output up there, and that would pass power and data through the tower, through the lift itself. Let's check. How hard would it be to set up another vent up here? Shouldn't be too difficult. I'm still not convinced that things are actually getting hotter. But it's probably not a bad idea to do it anyway. Guess I could just do this and it's gonna improve it, but not optimize it. Alternatively, I suppose maybe if I put it over here. Still connected up to the same network, but I just need to pipe more. That'll do. Yeah, it'll be fine. The other one has proved effective at cooling my base so much that I feel it's unlikely I'm going to run into problems with the second one running here and allowing the pollutant cooling to be more efficient. I could also add in the counterflow thing for the pollutant stage and try and optimize that. But that's all stuff I don't want to do right now. So I'll just pop this vent down so that I have it there, and I'm going to go back to building the lift, because I want to build the lift.
Hunger caution.
There we go.
Oxygen critical.
It would help if I turned on this down here, wouldn't it? Do. That is fun. Nice. I'm happy with that. I could probably speed it up a bit, but because there's a view, I don't actually mind that it's slow. Yeah. Alright, so the next thing I need to do, now that I've got access to the top, is I need to get the improved big dish. So let's have a look at how big the medium dish is. So I kind of want to put that on the roof of the tower. So we were 44.1 standing here. Was it 44.1 or 43.1? I thought it was 44.1, but was it 43.1? It was 44. So we're getting cooler. It is slowly cooling. So it's fine. It's fine. It's very slow, but it is there. As I might even put the medium dish inside and put a large dish on the roof. Maybe. Oh yeah, the last vent was not set up correctly, that's true. That's very true. What I'll probably do during the week is... Oh, This might be big enough on top of the tower. What I'll probably do during the week is replace, set up that cooling system like the one over at my water cooling. Have a counterflow on the pollutant output, do all that sort of stuff that's going to help with giving me a much more efficient cooling setup. Okay, so if I make a little bit of a... No! Aww! Okay, I've got to go back inside. Alright. Oh, actually I have to take the lift now. Forgot that. Boing. Alright, so I want... Yeah, we're a flat wall. So I was thinking that under the center, and I might mess around with some frame shapes. We'll see. See how tall I really want it to be. Because what I was thinking... Oh, actually, that might be nice. I go flat on like a cross shape, and then I put slopey ones on either side. That could look nice. With the dish on top of that. No, I've got jetpack refuel. It's just through here. See?
Jetpack critical.
It's all good. It's indoors now. Flat wall. I've been slightly less bad at being prepared this series. So I've made fewer of the usual mistakes. Still made them. Just fewer of them. Found new mistakes. Welcome, Charlie. New mistakes like... putting my head inside construction materials. Yes, Charlie is my dog. My 45-kilo lunatic of a dog. Aren't you, girl? Who likes me to freeze in my office, so during winter, she comes in and she opens the door. I never got around to training her to close the door when she comes in. Yeah, it's like she was born in a tent or something. Okay, that should work. I need to be careful here. It is very easy to mess this up. Should be safe now. Let's see how it looks with this on top. I don't know that it's wrong of you to want the pop, but it is evil. One dish. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, I think that'll look okay. Obviously you can't see it at nighttime. I'll need to put some lights up there so that it shines up. Yeah, I think that'll do. Let's get some cables running inside. There is a bigger one, and maybe it would look better, but also I've reached the point where I don't think I want to make a large one. I think I'll just stick with the medium. Now, cable. Probably want this to run down over here. Oh wait, how much power does this thing consume at max? Yeah, that's what I thought. I need to take all this cable out. This needs to all be done with heavy. No. I was even thinking about that earlier. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. In my head, I'm just like, oh yeah, need to make sure that I use a medium transformer for this because it chews so much power. And then, of course, at the point where I actually need to remember that, it's evaporated from my brain. Oh. Now, I possibly want to separate these cables as well to make this easier. I kept them all combined on my Venus run, but I think here it would make more sense to keep them separated. So I'm actually in a situation where I can set those up quite easily. Because then I can just run the power just to this. Which planet is this on? Vulcan. So I don't need those on. It's very distracting. Yeah, that should be alright to turn there. Cool. So that'll run down. I'll splice off a thing off the mains and put a medium transformer on. That'll get full wattage then. And then I just need to separate the data network, which can run back to the existing trader network and be fine. So that should work. Cool. Wasn't power on the left? No, no, data's on the left. Zelia, was amusing watching you come to the realization that the information was there. And I didn't even have to get involved. Yeah, wiring the lights up here is going to be tricky. Very tricky. Deal with that headache when it's closer to that time. Yeah, I'm going to use dials on the inside. I want to set up my own little gigantic control panel with dials. Because I've never done anything with dials before, so I think it'll be nice to learn how to use them, because I think that will be quite fun to have as a control setup when playing with other people. Have actual dials inside and have things like that. Yeah, I think this works alright. The dish, I think size-wise, looks okay. I don't think it needs to be bigger. Because I think if it was bigger, it would dominate the tower. I don't think that's what I want. Transformer. Large. Wait, no, it's two smalls make a medium, isn't it? I think you could have single step dials and larger step dials if you wanted. Interesting idea. That's actually probably a tidy solution for the get the 10 or the 5s. And I could even have 3. A 10, a 5, and a 1. Or maybe I'd just go a 5 and a 1, actually. Because one of the things that always bugged me with the medium dish is it's so slow that having it, like, yeah. Having to wait till it goes 10 degrees takes so long to know if you're going in the right direction, whereas if it's 5s, I'll know the correct direction sooner. Yeah. Oh, what? How many of these do I need to make a medium transformer? Was it not 2? Is it 5? Or is it 3? We will find out in a moment. Yeah, 3. More than 2, less than 6. That was all I could say for sure, because I know I'm pretty sure they only stack to 5. Alright, so that's my mains cable. So if I... Cable's coming down that side. So it should end up here on the side of the lift. Run straight up. Transformer can go there. Quiet, Shadow Drake. Quiet, you. Talking about stacks. I know your shenanigans. Ew. Oh dear. Not sure I can actually get the cable to go down this wall. Yep. It's all witchcraft. Oh, glad I did that quickly. It was not happy with me. Yeah, right now we are seeing the downsides of not having a central passageway in your base. Because a central passageway means that you can have a central power supply path. And that's quite helpful. For keeping things tidy and controlled, and I don't have that, and so everything is a bit of a mess. Okay. So now I've just got to cable up the side of the lift. All the way up. And we're connected now for power. Now for data. That's this side of things needs to come around to it. So I probably want to bring that data cable inside and run across the floor of the tower and then run the data cable up this side of the tower. Since I'll have the computer on that side anyway. Do I even need a transformer? Yes. One of the reasons I found I need transformers when running off mains lines is because if you have transformers anywhere else on that, they take priority of power distribution. Your transformers get their power first, which means if you don't have transformers on everything, the balance of power goes a bit weird and some devices will run out of power when others have it, and it means it doesn't behave like you would necessarily anticipate. And that's problematic. So yeah, it's been annoying. It's unlikely to be a particularly significant issue in this case because I'm not short of power. But if I ever become short of power again, like I have been, it becomes an issue. There we go. It has been so long since my little dude has needed has like had the "you need a shower" icon. I feel like that's a testament to the size of this base that I can still do so much without actually going outside. Alright, let's bring that computer up. Yeah, I always leave my jetpack on. Oh, because I'm connected to the medium dish, that's why. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so I'm thinking dials. Yeah, on this side. So computer there. Dials on the wall / window next to it. Assuming I can place them on a window. I hope I can.
Hydration critical.
Screwdriver. Put the motherboard in. There we go. Oh, it's nice looking down on this. It's really nice. I like it. Also, I like that I can see this one because the glass is there. Can you, Shadow Drake, can you make buttons that tell the traders to leave? Is that a thing? Huh. Cool. Send an activate command to the pad. Interesting. That's cool. I think I might remove this now. I'm torn. Do I keep the small dish or do I just use the medium? Part of me is tempted to keep the small dish so that I have an ability to nail down something if it's difficult. Oh, it needs a frame. Well, it's not going in here then. Because that's going to be a major pain to put a frame in. Unless I can put it in... Oh, wait a second. Unless it lets me do this. Yeah, it needs a frame below. That's not going to work. I might deal with that another time, but I'm not dealing with it now. Yes, you can read the angle from the small dish and replicate the settings to a large dish. Yes. But I want to make dials. Which is probably some sort of device. Kit logic switch. So let's think about how many of these I need. 4? Plus, I want a switch, because I want to be able to turn the thing on and off. Well, or 25. I don't know how they work. Dial. So, wait. If I have 2 of these dials trying to control the same value, and would I not need... Wait, do these not actually turn? Or do they have to be plugged in to activate? So what I'm worried about, having two doing the same job, is that I would need to make each one change the value on the other to match it as I change them as well. So I just have to remember to do that. Like, can I change the stepping on them? I guess I should just start out with just keeping it simple and have the two and a... not an important button, no. And a switch for turning the thing on and off. Now I need an IC10 and some housing. Well, we're about to find out whether I'm going to have troubles with it, because I've lost track of where chat's up to in terms of the multiple conversations going on about the limitations, issues, and concerns with this. So I'm just going to give it a crack, see what happens. Ooh, I should also take this with me. So I can do it all upstairs. Don't even have to go anywhere. I might use a button to send them away, but that's not something I'm worried about just yet. I want to focus on actually getting the thing scanning first, and then I'll deal with that as a separate issue. The switch is to turn the dish on and off. Which I may well remove once I've turned it on. Because I just need to turn it on. And I didn't want to have to go outside. Are you sure that the dish is only using full power when it's actually connecting? And not all the time? You're absolutely sure about that? I was always worried it was using it all the time to try and get connections in the first place. I never looked into it. Yeah, in that case, there really isn't any reason to turn it off. And once I've turned it on, without going outside, I can turn it off again. Should only be the one, yep. Okay, edit, clear, confirm. Now. Let's put... Come on. Where's the thing? Medium satellite dish. There it is. Need to label the dials. Oh, which way around does the dish have the dials? So left, right is on the left and up, down is on the right. Okay. Dish, dial. Dish, dial, up, down. There we go. Pretty sure it's using 10% when idle. Oh, that's still a fair bit. Like, that's 750 watts. So yeah, that adds up. There's definitely reason to have it turned off if power becomes a problem. Which, again, I'm not expecting is the case. Okay, so, first up. Alias. Dish. D0. Alias. Dial. Left, right. D1. Alias. Dial. Up, down. D2. And I should connect that switch as well. So I can quickly use it to turn the thing on. Oh boy. There we go, switch. Alias, switch. D3. Now I want to load switch setting, I think, is what I use for switches. Yeah. Load the setting, then set dish on 0. Hopefully this will work. Hopefully I can see whether this will work. Can I see the back of the dish? I can. It has not turned on. Oh, you have to export it to the thing, don't I? And turn it on. That would help. Hey, it's on. Cool. Yes, this would ideally have a yield in it as well. I think the game automatically puts one in if you don't have one. Okay, so can turn it on and off. Now, next thing. Dial.
Hunger caution.
That doesn't give me much information on that. That's annoying. So what are the maximums and minimums on these dishes? I can't remember what the actual values are. The annoying thing is that using a dial like this to do the left-right is going to only work for a single rotation. And then it's going to want to rotate all the way back to get to the other angle going the other way. That's a problem. That may well be a reason to use a small dish instead. But I guess if I spam the button quickly enough, I can get it around before the dish moves, and then the dish will choose to go the other direction, so maybe it'll be okay. So 360 horizontal, 90 vertical. Alright, so to set that, I need to set something on the dial. What logic type do I need to set on the dial? Mode. Alright, set mode 360. Set dial up, down. Oops. Mode 90. Export. Okay. I do not need 2 dials because I can do the small change, big change with C. Cool. There are screws on the dials that you can manually set. Okay. Oh well. I did the thing anyway with script. Even though I could have done it manually. Good to know. Alright. Then... load into R1. Dial. Left, right. Setting? I'm guessing it's setting. Set. Dish. Logic type. What is it? Horizontal and vertical. R1. Load. R2. Dial. Up, down. Setting. Set. Dish. Vertical. R2. Done. If you set the dial from 0 to 362, can't you set 0 to go to 361 and 361 2 to go to 1 in the IC10 so it will wrap itself around? I'm guessing the dial position is not writable? I presume the dial position is writable. Let's check. Set. Dial left, right. Setting. 20. Export. Yeah, it just moved. You can change it. You can definitely change it. Okay, so in that case, I won't bother with doing the complicated thing because I can't think through right now, but that is definitely an addition to the setup that would be nice. Would be cool. So the dish should be at 0, and then if I try and... let's change the up-down. Is it moving? It's moving. Yay! I had a comment to the code to add it. Good call. Add calculation to turn 361 into 1 or 0. For looping. Yeah, it doesn't affect things too badly for me. Nice. Alright, let's swap this out. And we can now contact 5x5s with relative ease. I need to go outside and turn the thing up because I haven't set the value on it to particularly high, but I could do that with the code actually. So the dish would be... required power? No. Signal strength? There's got to be a right. On setting. Setting? Yeah, I'm guessing it's setting. Set dish setting 7500. Confirm. Export. And we should be able to tell if that's worked by trying to contact this guy. Yep, there we go. Tell all alloys to land on dish 5. Here we go. Oh yeah, first landing in the new control tower. Oh, that's so nice. Best part is that's an alloy trader, so I just made myself a whole chunk of money.
Critical.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I'm so happy. Does this tower overhang the pad? No, just doesn't. It is exactly on the edge of the pad. Oh, that's so good. I love this. I'm so happy. I did a thing. Is there anyone else I can interrogate? There we go, Nebula Nectars. Actually, let's interrogate you. Oh, highest wattage is busy. Right. Need to finish that one. I'm going to try and fill my pads. Yeah, no blame. I was kind of worried that the 5x5 might have exploded then. Because it's a little bit bigger. You land on pad 4. Then another Astro Alloy. You land on pad 2. Here we go, look at this. Dual landings. Wow, the 3x3s land heaps quicker. Oh, that's so good. Yes. All my pads are full. I'm so happy. Well, on that happy note, I think I'm going to wrap up for today. I've achieved a lot. I've got my water getting actually below 100 degrees Celsius, which is definitely a good move. I've gotten all of the base connected. All of the internal spaces are now pressurized and breathable, including the underground mining facility. I've got my control tower set up. I can actually use it. I can connect to stuff. It's working. No, Takari, I'll sell between the streams. The selling's boring. Yes, next step is I need to put a whole truckload of lights around the base. There are so many lights needed. To the extent that I reckon next week I might consider putting some trickle power from my water generation power into my main base's supply, so that I've got some constant flow in that direction anyway. But yeah, I will be back on Sunday with some more Space Engineers with Shaq, with our ships ready to go fight the Reavers again. So let's see if we get completely annihilated this time, because we might, which should be good fun. Then on Monday, back with some more Out of Ore with Capac and a whole bunch of other things. I'm still working on the assertive acquisitions edits. I will let you guys know a date for when they are ready to go, when I'm ready to go with them. So there's all that and plenty more to come, and I will see you then.